Okay, hold on. Here we go. Yo. Morning, people. Alrighty. I don't know where I even. I see now. That's still pretty cool. Kind of like that a little better. Oops. All right, so it's been a while. We've been doing a lot of gaming, right? Whoops. It is. Hold on. There we go. Ah, there we go. Wait, did I miss that? Maybe I did. There we go. All right. So, been a long while, and I want to try and create something. 'Cause, 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 'cause it's got like a nice sound to it, right? It's really really smooth, and you would think it's like, there we go. So basically, we'll be playing this. We'll play a. I guess you could look at that as like a well, we're playing D. I don't know why I'm looking at C. So we have our D minor 7, right? Take these two top notes, bring them down, so you'll get this. And all we're doing is walking till we get here. Then bass, right? Right? So it sounds really good, but it's basically taking the inversion, right? So I like that. And then playing that A, because this is an A chord, right? So we go from this A minor 7 to playing this dominant. And the reason why in the beginning I was doing this is doing those 2-5-1s, going through all 12 keys, and at some point, right, you get to right, and so basically it's just taking that, right, and so now that we kind of have that tension, it kind of helps, right? So, whoops, and then we're just gonna take this note, walk it up. So that kind of brings that tension, and it allows you to go back, right? Because if we're in D minor, or I would say D major, right? Because that's where you would get that from. It's 3, that's 4, that's 5, and then this is your A major 7. And to create a dominant from an A major 7, we just flatten the 7. Still that same shape right there. If we were to take these two notes and bring them down, you would get that. Okay, so that's that dominant. That's the 5 of major, which is why it works once we play that to go right back to D. But this is a D minor, right? So in our D minor, we can use the harmonic minor scale, which gives us this note. So when we go to so we get that A major. So even in a minor key, we can still use this. Even though in a major key that would be natural to play, it would be diatonic. In minor, this comes from a different scale, but because we sharpen that 7th note, it allows us to take that dominant and use it in a minor key. So you have options there. So you could do like a, let's see, this would be your 5 in the natural minor, and then when we sharpen for that harmonic minor, the 7th, okay, we get tension. So a lot of times it's good to right? And so again, just borrowing that makes it dope. And then what I did is those are the basics, but instead of playing this, we just take this note and move it up. Right? Just basic walking it through, right? And then what I did was, since I'm already playing the bass note down here, playing, it doesn't make sense to play this. So we can let go of that note and just play it in the bottom. Okay, so now what it does is it frees up some fingers so we could actually kind of play some stuff. So I got these two fingers free, right? Right, so now I can kind of add some things as I'm moving, so it's not so stale, right? Sorry. Right? So now you get something that sounds real nice. Yo, Jinx in the building. Appreciate you stopping by, man. How you doing? How was your stream? I had to go to sleep, man. I was like I know we ran like 8 games or something like that. But I was having a blast with all of you. Appreciate the invite. It's a long time coming. But yeah, I wanna put this down. So again, you can see what I'm playing up there. It's not complicated at all, right? And all we're using is our first, second, and our fifth, right? To play those notes. That's the shell, right? Then my second, third, fourth, and then again that same shell, right? So it's not a hard melody to play, right? It doesn't require your fingers to be all over the place either. Now here, 2, 3, 4. I mean, if you want, you can play the fifth here. 1, 2, 3, 5. You can do it that way if you want to. But knowing that I have that half step there, I just play the first 4. And then you can either move that 4 up like that or just have your pinky play that note there, right? And then when I'm playing this, I hit this note here. So I actually let the A, instead of playing it like that and then pushing it again, I just let it go, right? We're not even playing it until after I play that chord, right? And then we go back. So a nice, simple progression that you have underneath, and then you're able to build. Uh, on top of that, we can maybe add some, different sounds or other instruments or whatever, and we can see where that goes. So yeah, the biggest thing, right, getting this stuff down and like being able to hear this stuff is you got to do the practice. It's boring sometimes, right? Nobody wants to sit here and do drone improvs for like 10 minutes straight, but it's what helps you hear, right? Right? Is that the right one? That was the right one. And I'm just fast forwarding this right now. And so you can do this right before you start making music, anything, just little things you could do for a short moment, take you through all the different keys, right? I play them in major, minor. I probably give myself a minute, 45 seconds to a minute, just play around with the scale, and I'll switch it going from major, right, to minor. But the one and the five in major and minor, it never changes. So it's really dope. And only a few of the notes change between major and minor. So right, and you can just do that, and then I'll just like scale up. But it's just to hear when you're doing drone improvs. It's just to hear one, basically one chord, which is going to be a tonic against the entire scale. Because sometimes, right, when you're playing a chord, just because I'm playing a C major 7 up here doesn't mean my bass has to be a C, right? It sounds good, but if I step down 2 and play this, that also sounds good in the bass, right? But what am I forming here? Well, if I look, now I'm forming an A minor 7, right? Here I also got the B, so that would make it an A minor 9. So just by changing the bass, you change the chord. And sometimes, depending on the melody that you're playing, that's all that needs to change, right? But you're still playing a different chord. That's why it sounds good, right? So to you, you may feel like, well, I'm playing D minor 7, so I gotta play D minor 7. But right, you can play this B flat major. There's your B flat major 9, right? Same thing here with the 9, right? We're just not playing the bass now since we left. Right, so you can get, that's 2 different chords that are being played, but I'm only moving my left hand and I'm only changing one note, right? And that's why some of these progressions are very popular, because it doesn't require you to really do much. Now I could do something like, right, so I don't have to continue to play every single note here. So here's D minor 7, but now here's B flat major 7. right? Right. So once you start getting the hang of that, practicing with it more, you'll start realizing, and I've been saying this, there's a C major 13, okay? So what you'll find is, even though we're right to form chords every other note in the scale, if you look at this, we've actually played every note in the scale, right? So when I tell you that all notes are viable, that's exactly what I mean. These are all the notes, right? It's the order. It's the order that you play them in. It's going to determine how it sounds. Now, if I want to play, so here's the 9. If I want to play it right next to the 1, I could do that, right? That sounds really good. And you can experiment. See what sound. Oh, sorry. No wonder. No wonder. I'm like, wait a minute. Something's off a little. There we go. So for some reason I was playing the 4. I'm sorry. So here's our 1, 3, our 5, and then we can add the 9. Instead of having this up here, we can play it down here. So it's right together. Right? And so stuff like that sounds really good. And it doesn't have to be, well, it's every other note, so I gotta play like this. Sometimes it just sounds good. Yeah. Right? Or right? So you can make stuff that sounds really good, and where the notes actually sit, that's a whole different thing, right? And what sounds good to you, that's up to you. That's up to your ear and what it hears, right? Maybe we don't play the 9. Maybe we want to play the 11 instead. It's up to you on that. But the practicing is good because you get to hear things, right? And you're by yourself. You don't have to worry about, I made a mistake and everyone's listening and I don't know if it sounds good, then it is good, right? Right. So experiment, find out what sounds good. Um, but yeah, take from what's already there, right? Oops. So that's their 1, 7, 3, 2, 5, 1. Do you have to continue to follow that? No, because anytime you're playing um, chord, you could change the chord quality. It doesn't have to always be this way every time you play. Doesn't always have to be the same. You could turn into a minor. So this is a dominant, but you could turn into a minor. Um, if you want, you could turn into a major, right? So when you're practicing, this is the time for you to kind of experiment, see what works, what sounds good to you, and what you're trying to create. And you never know, right? So you could so instead of playing this, we now have this completely different. It's still following the 1-7-3, and then we can still do 2-5-1, right? So the first time, maybe you could play like that, and the second time, okay, so we can change up some things so it's not the same every single time you pass through, right? But there's something a little different there. And then I don't know, maybe you want to do something crazy, right? And just hold, and then we can shift this whole progression right here, that 1-7-3, and shift it up a third. Right? And go into a whole nother key and then play the same exact thing that we played. Now you have 3 different variations of something that you can now play, right? At any given time. And that's potentially 3 different songs. They don't all have to be played in the same song. Maybe that first song went like that. Right? And then maybe you have another song, but it's in another key, like I was just playing earlier. And we could take that other variation. It's still the same bass. It's still 1-7-3-2-5-1, but change the chords, right? 1-7. So now we got a minor instead of our dominant. We can still play the 3, right, as a minor. There's so many different ways, or because you're playing this minor now, maybe you can still go down, and now we can play this. And you'll start finding other avenues to things that you could play, but you got to put in that work. It's slow. It's slow. I'm just gonna tell you now, it's slow. It's work. Sometimes you'll get a little frustrated. It happens, but the end goal, right, is to be able to take an idea and slice it so many different ways. Once you start getting used to that and the possibilities that you have and how you can go from this to this or that to that, then that's when you'll start having some freedom in what you want to do. too far. Too far down. Did I do something wrong? I did. I guess we could do that. Okay, so let's I might not do it that fast. We'll try it though. We'll try it. I don't know if I want it that fast, what I'm saying. I think I can still keep up with that. Yeah, I can keep up with that. Alright, so wrong thing. Here we go. Darn it, I thought it was. Ah, we messed up right there at the end. Come on, let's do it over. I hate this. Every time it comes time for me to record, there's like this. It's a slight bit of tension I gotta. Okay. Yeah, I would say I probably wouldn't do it this fast, but whatever. As long as we get it down. And damn, I got the latency up, don't I? No? Alright, cool. Still got the latency issues. That's okay. Ooh, this right here is terrible. Alright, let's fix this real quick. Should go like this. There, that should. I want to say. And this one I did push a little too heavy there. Let's turn it down just a bit. That should go over. That should. Yeah. Okay, so as far as we can move that, unless no, I have a plan what we could do with that one. That. This should be fine. Let's bring it back. So you know what? We could. No. Let's do it like this. So I'm gonna highlight all of these. Let's take it to, put it to 1.4. Make the grid smaller. We'll get closer. Okay, cross over a little bit, didn't it? That should do it. I mean, I don't mind if they overlap, I guess. It's not... It's not all that bad. There we go. So we can get rid of that, and now I should... Yo, Llama in the building. Appreciate you stopping by, man. I've been doing all right, man. Not too much going on. I've been on a nice little break from the music. Was definitely feeling burned out. And basically just trying to make sure this stuff like sounds good. And I learned a new way to, at least for me, right? A new way to kind of mix things. So I've been doing more of like a mixing console style emulation, which I actually like, and it's something that's like allows me to be a little faster. So instead of like thinking like, should I use this or this or this or this, it's kind of like, okay, first, before you do anything, this is what we're doing, right? So taking a channel strip, so like the SSL 4000E, and that goes on every single track first thing. So I do all my EQing and stuff like that, and then if I need to reach for something else, right, how they would do it in like an actual studios, it would be routed from the mixing console to whatever, right? Tape machine, compressor, whatever. So kind of took some time to kind of learn that. Then I did kind of an A/B with beats that I had already made versus doing it the way I've been doing it versus the new way. And I found that it just is a bit more glue to everything. And so I was like, well, I'm going to start doing everything like this. But where I kind of messed myself up is I couldn't just go, moving forward, this is how I'm going to do it. So I went, I'm going to go back and change everything. I'm going to go back and change everything that I did so far. And so, I'm not going to lie, man, that taxing on top of trying to make new stuff, taxing. So, I was like, you know what? Getting kind of burnt out. So I took a break. Got some gaming in. Let's see. So these are, and like I said, I could do the mixing, right? So I'll have streams where I'll do the walkthroughs if people are interested in learning that stuff. And then I do the mastering as well. All right, so again, I say taxing. Taxing. But we do got some stuff done. I've been on this road. I don't know the last time we talked, if you knew, but I've been teaching myself jazz. So, first of all, I got the real book here, okay, which used to be an illegal book back in the day. People would go and, you know, these hole in the wall type of joints, and they would take music that they had stolen, right, and they would perform basically people's music and all that. But so much time has passed and all that, and you know, as far as like the copyrights and all that, you're pretty much free now. So one guy decided, well, why don't we just make a legitimate one? And so there you go. And so all the jazz stuff you can think of is here. Okay, so I got a lot of jazz songs that I could practice, draw inspiration from chords and things. And, okay, teaching myself. This is the second book, so it's the second 6 months of work, all right? And I gotta go through this stuff, and there's more stuff to learn, like creating bridges and things like that for songs. So you're gonna hear the music. It's gonna evolve, and that's what I wanted, because eventually I want to be able to make more R&B, and ultimately I want to get into be able to do neo soul, right? So I gotta take myself through the motions, but we'll get there. Yo, Gladio in the building. Appreciate you stopping by. How you doing this morning? Oh shoot, I didn't do that. So again, nothing's changed. I still want to make this music for you guys, to use as background music for your streams and stuff like that, right? The content that you're creating. It's just gonna be a little different now. It's just gonna be a little different. It's not to say you won't hear anything kind of hip-hop-ish or anything either, but you are gonna find it's a little more, got a little more flavor to it. You tried to shout me, can't shout me on my own stream, man. It's a nice try, but you know. What is this? There you go. So if you refresh your window there, refresh the stream, I got a little surprise for you. There we go. That makes you a mod, so now you can shout me out. Don't worry, no pressure, but you've been around a while, and you know what? There we go. We also need to do that as well, so I will give you the OG badge as well. There we go. Oh, you can do it. See, it works. But you couldn't shout because you weren't a mod. Long time no speak. What have you been up to, man? What's new? So, again, all this stuff, this is just practicing and learning what I can do, what I can't do. And we've been coming up with some dope stuff, right? And so I'm looking forward to releasing this stuff. Also, right? With like the bass guitar and stuff. I'm trying to learn more about like the different techniques and stuff, so I can emulate it from my keyboard. Cause I don't have a bass guitar, so just kind of learning some things and how they kind of approach, how they approach music. All right, so it's not always about just playing the bass note to the chord. Sometimes you play the five of whatever that is, and then you play, you know, the root. So just kind of learning how some grooves are being created and stuff like that. And it's been a journey, but like I said, I got burnt out. Got burnt out along the way. But we'll get better. Kind of like this too. Okay. Started following NBA, NFL, MLB, and NHL, and I'm wondering if you watch any of them. Not anymore, man. I stopped watching sports back in 2013, 2014. Not any reason in particular, but I was on a mission. I was on a mission, self-improvement, all that stuff, and I had to get rid of a lot of distractions. Alright, so stop really, you know, going out to like bars and clubs and stuff like that. Stop pretty much like watching sports and whatnot, and I don't miss it. I don't miss it. Now my brothers are still heavily into that. They're way ahead of me. Like trying to get back into it feels like a chore and a half. So I'm like, you know what? Y'all got it. But when I was, I love the 49ers. I was born in Santa Maria, California. All right. Before I came down here to Texas, lived in Oakland for a few years. So that's just me, man. So 49ers, Raiders, that was more, you know, my thing. The Cowboys, the Giants, those were enemies. Those were enemies, all right. So it was fun while it lasted. Also was for basketball, Team Lakers, of course. And they had the Warriors. I actually got to watch them while they were training. So when I was in high school, my ninth grade year, we had this class where they were like basically trying to teach and train us to be like entrepreneurs and stuff like that. And we had this little group. We ended up designing like our own little like team and logo, and we made shirts and stuff. And we got to go to downtown in Oakland to the Marriott, huge place, right? Get in there, and like towards the back, there's, I don't know if it was like connected to it or right next to it. Like my memory's kind of a blur with that, but I could have sworn it was within the same building. But we go there, kind of deeper into it, and boom, big court, whatever. It's just, you know, there's goals everywhere, even on the side and all that. And we got to sit up there while we were talking business and actually watch them play. And they were just training, right? So it wasn't like a lot of people in there or nothing like that. That was one of the coolest experiences for me, to actually be up close and personal and watching them do their thing. Because I've never like actually gone to like a game or anything, so that was that was kind of like, oh man, I can't wait till I get home to talk about this. I was like 16, 15, 16. So So I like this. Might end up leaving it like this and seeing if somebody wants to collaborate and add to it. But I had this idea in my head, so I was like, let me just get it out. I might. Here, let's see if we can. I don't know if I would use this though. Something about it that says I might. Something, it's a little, there's a little too much of something in there. What is it though? I don't think it's that. Could be this. There's like some kind of a. Is it this? Is it the saturation? You can still hear it. Oh, I still hear it. So it's got to be another sound. Yeah, it's that sound right there. So. It's okay, but I wouldn't use that. All that warping. That is. Try this. Okay, so for that, I want to say it's this. Oh, too far. So okay. Okay, maybe not this particular sound. That's possible. Uh, that would not be it. Let's see. Oh, I don't like that either. Let's see, let's see, let's see. Sorry. I like that right there. I'm gonna do it like that. trying to think of how I could do this. But do I need this note? Is the thing. I guess so, it does. It's really that. You need this. This note is right next to it. But it's so close. It just seems like a clash. Which is why I'm debating. Trying to find another way. It's that right there. It's just trying to see how I can maybe we could just leave it like that, so whoops. We're gonna need that. Okay, so sorry. Okay, so basically we're doing D minor 9, right? So the right hand is just omitting the bass. We're playing the bass in our left hand, so we don't need the note here. We're just walking down. When we get here, right? So there's that. I was walking like this. I was doing that, but since we're playing this and this is kind of layering over, we can kind of add on so it plays a little different than I like this because you'd have to, right? But that makes that what am I trying to say? Dominant. There we go. Right? But playing it like this kind of gives it a different, right? Like I said, you can always experiment. Whenever you're making music, all the notes are viable. It just depends on the order, depends on the context, and we can actually get away with having this. But I don't know if I want to. Maybe we could do it like that. So that way it's not that might be it. See, it's fair. Sorry, I'm reading this stuff late. Oklahoma City fan, nice. I used to stay in Oklahoma, not too far from Oklahoma City, but got a lot of family out there, so I'll accept that. Seattle Sonics, Bills fan, Dodgers fan, nice. Yeah, I never really got into baseball, but My grandmother on dad's side was a big Oakland A's fan, big, and my dad, because he was born, they were born out there in Oakland, so he used to like go to high school with, or he went to high school with like Jose Canseco and stuff like that. So some cool, interesting stories, hearing that kind of stuff, and like seeing people on TV, and they're going, you know what, I went to school with that guy. You know, you're like, really? Dang, okay. So yeah, I don't know much about like baseball or hockey or anything. Every now and then I tried NASCAR. I tried to like get into that stuff, but not it wasn't. It's not bad. I just didn't have the attention span for it growing up. I was like football, basketball, and that was pretty much it. Anything else? Like I have friends who are like heavy into soccer and stuff like that. I was like, I can't sit here and watch this. I don't know why. It just I couldn't. So yeah, I when I was into sports and stuff, it was pretty much football, basketball, and I didn't really care for anything else. Now I can't talk about any of it. So they go, "You see the game last night?" I'm like, "Nope, I don't watch sports. It's been over a decade." They're like, "Oh, okay, okay. Oh, who won?" Doesn't mean you can't still tell me, but I can't have a conversation with you. I can tell you that much. All right, here we go. I love that sound right there. Okay, so we could leave this out. That sounds a lot cleaner, right? I actually like that. That's pretty dope. I don't know if I wanna keep this one and this or just cause that's too low and then the bass is gonna get lost. But if we play them together, that sounds just a little bit better because you'll at least be able to hear it. But then that low, something about the two playing together just blends in pretty nice. So let's go back, see if we can make this happen. Oh shoot, I meant to put this on a different and of course. That's good, man. Keep yourself keep yourself busy. Cause it's wild out here, man. I don't know if you've been keeping up with any of the like news and stuff lately, but pretty much been a circus. We are. Okay, so with these two, know if I can lower them. Okay, this one seems to be a little lost. Duck that one a little bit. There we go. And then we just turn this down, right? See what we can do with this one. Let's see what we can do with this one. Cut it completely like that. This is 10. So, hold on. Just trying to get a this might not be the final, but just need something for the rhythm. Okay. Said okay, GBA, then a high D, then the last one probably. The progression's going D, C, B, I think to A, and then to E, walking up. So, let me see if I can show you here. Right, so, dang, that was the kick. My bad, man. My bad. So, trying to show you what we got here. So we have our D minor 7. Then we have our C major 7. And of course we have our diminished here, B. So from D, C to B, and then we're doing this walk up, right? Because this is supposed to be our why am I so blank? This is supposed to be the dominant. There we go. So we're taking from the major, right? So and then back to A, and then I am playing this D flat in the bass here. But basically that's a dominant, an A dominant as well. 7, A7. So going from that minor to the dominant, because that's gonna lead us back to D. So you can blend it on strings. Yeah, right now I'm put this here under. So we got something a little bit different on this one. So Instead of the minor 7, we have a minor 9. And then here, instead of walking it like that, I just played. This would make it the major, so the I guess that's the major 6 there, right? And then playing the A there again before it goes back. So we got that. So adding strings underneath definitely sounds like a good idea as well. But I started on the drums to try and get something of a groove going right now. So but I like strings. I like good strings, man. So you do something like that. And then this, I definitely want it to be a little different, right? So whatever this is doing, maybe it's a little slower, right? And then right here, I want it to kind of change. Right, like something like that, where it kind of just changes up a little bit, the drum pattern. So it's just like half, kind of maybe a little slower there, and then picks up in that second half. So, so something. Oops. So. You know what I'm saying? Something like that. And then something a little more standard in this side. So we could do something like that. And you could probably put a kick in between here. I don't know, something like that, right? Roll it like what, the snares or the, well, don't have any hats in here yet, or the kick. Now, I'm not saying that clap is what's gonna be there, but like I said, I just put it there so I can have some kind of a rhythm. That kind of, I don't know if that necessarily works. I would like something on the softer side, kind of like this one, just to kind of like layer, but that's not too bad. Right, and then when it gets to this part, like change, right, like some kind of a snare. I don't know if that necessarily works, but let's just put this here so we can try and have a vision. Right, and then we can just have something else coming here. So it's like, I don't know, something, you know. But that's what's in my head, like something a little more, kind of has more of like a groove, and then the second section comes in. It's just kind of more that like basic, um, pocket drum. Can I call it that? Can I call it that? I'm like, as long as it's just paced out right and steady. That's pretty much it. But something like that, right? Even but just to kind of have it here. So let's see. And then maybe something, right? Just you know what I'm saying? Just something where it's a little different, and then this it gets to the verse. I kind of actually want to do something just a little. Darn it! Again, I want to do something just a little different. Right? Just kind of hold it a little bit. Just something like that. Well, it'll be a little different, but the chorus will actually, these two parts will be a little closer or happen a little quicker. And the verse will kind of space out between that section and then closing with that little section at the end there, right? So and then all I have to do after that is pretty much layer it with like some other things, and I think we'll be good. Roll it on the keyboard with the. Oh, you're saying like the pitch wheel? Said we don't respond to that. I said we don't respond to you either. But I could leave it. Hold on. Right? We could just leave it there like that. So maybe for like the chorus, right? It could do something like that. And then where I'm talking about having it like change, then maybe that's where we can introduce, right? Since it'll have that change, we can introduce that second part. And then we can have this maybe flowing for the rest of it. Right, and of course we'll have the different section here. Or something like that. Something like that would have. I think that'll work. I think that'll work. And then for the chorus, we can just leave this. Then of course I want to get some other like percussive elements and stuff like that. And definitely not a brass loop, but get some other percussive elements in there to kind of help carry it, and I think we'll be okay. Some strings, maybe I know I got some stuff here. Drum wise, I'm definitely gonna have some fun with that. This one we could probably something like this. We don't have to go too far, do we? So let's do something like this. It's a simple, basic. Might be a little too fast. Let's just do instead. So we'll leave it the way we had it. However, could make it faster, but I got this section, so I'm not too worried about it. Now, once we get here, then kind of make it a little bit. We can get a little more clever. Let's just put the whole thing out here. We can get some open hats and stuff like that in there, and I think that'll be dope. Once you get like symbols and stuff like that in there, it'll all work out. Adding the sax, that's also possible. I just don't hear that in my brain. But it's possible it could work. Maybe kind of low, isn't it? Or we could have went that way. That actually sounds pretty good. That's not a bad idea at all, man. I appreciate that. I have to mess around with it though. But yeah, that works out too, man. That works out. So at least at least melodically, like, play with the sax, play with the strings. We have our electric piano, and then we have some kind of a synth, the sound that's here. I think that should be enough to kind of fill it in, and then get some bass and work on the other like percussive elements, right? Like just little, you know what I'm saying? Just little stuff. I got a ton more stuff, but kind of like that sound too. I could go. Just stuff like that, right? Might sound better than what this. Yo, nah, you know what's missing? You know what's missing? All right. Appreciate you stopping by, Phil. How you doing, man? Long time no see. Appreciate you stopping here, man. So yeah, like that's crazy, man. Cause when you mentioned that, I was like, I don't hear it. And then when I started playing it, I'm like, man, you know what? That might. You know what I'm saying? Like that. Okay. All right. That's dope. I'm gonna have to figure out what I'm gonna like, how it's actually gonna play, but that's dope. Cause I do have another beat. Um, well, it's a collaboration with another producer, and I actually did use a sax. It sounded pretty dope. Here, I wasn't even like it wasn't even in my brain till you said it. I'm like, you know what? Let's give it a try. What does that sound like? Phew. Alright, alright. We'll roll with that. Um, we need the strings. Now this is where things might get a little. I don't know. I might have to dig because I got too many strings. Right? We got different violins and things and string sections, and I'm not gonna lie, I have not been through them like that to actually kind of hear what I would like or what might sound good for the type of music, right? Because like I said, I got cinematic strings, I got all kind of stuff. So you know, the sounds, the textures, all that stuff's gonna be a little different. Um, this might be okay though. Said we cruising now, yeah, man. Gotta put your shades on now. Actually, if I had to, it would be these. It would be these bad boys right here. Like these are dope. And again, we're gonna have to change this section up a little bit because this, but for the most part, right here. And then even though I'm talking about like the percussive elements, I got so much stuff on that too, which again, that might take some time going through. I may very well do that offline as well, cause I got some options on that. Also, that's the one thing about having all this. You have a lot of options. You have too many options. And so you're like thinking, okay, I need, this or that. And then there's like 500 choices. And you're like, which one is the right one though? Right? So you can just hear how all this different stuff could right? There's too much stuff here. There's too much stuff here. Then we got the loops, of course. So you can get some interesting things out of it as well. Was that it? Right. So again, there's too many options, and this might not be like the one, right? There's there's different sounds in here and stuff that you might want. I don't know. Maybe it's that. So again, I got options that I'll have to like go down, find out what actually kind of synergizes with this a lot better. That could work. For right now, let's put it here. something like that, right? Hold on, let's Oh, I didn't mean for it to highlight the whole thing. I didn't mean for it to highlight the entire thing. See that? Too loud. Too loud. Okay, those are the rhythms. Ooh. I think I'll take that. Of course. And then something like that, right? So I'm trying to play with some of the other sounds. something like that. Uh, said add a trumpet with strings, put more meat on it, get a Beethoven 5 symphony. Might not go that route. Don't get me wrong, I love brass. If I could, all my beats would just be based in brass. I want something it's got like a little bit to it, but it's still a little more open. So like I like the strings and all that's more like supportive, and then let the vocalists give them more room for, stacking vocals, that kind of thing, right? Something where like the beat can just kind of like fade into the background kind of thing. So the strings would definitely help, right? Get something more chill, more mellow, not have them so present. Then we still have the saxophone. And I think that's going to, depending on how that saxophone is played, how like I do the melody for it, that might fill it up where putting brass in there is gonna start to clutter. Or then take out the saxophone for the brass. Now the brass or the sax, whichever one stays, right, or whichever one goes, could come in like another section. But just looking at this chorus right here, I might not be able to fit all of that in, especially with having these other percussive elements and stuff coming in too. So we still got other things that we picked that'll be coming in here as well. So like I said, by the time that stuff all gets in there, it'll be pretty full. .808, I may go with an 808. But lately I haven't been doing 808s really. Been messing more with like the bass guitar. As I was kind of like mentioning before, I've been trying to learn more about the techniques and how it's played to try and like copy that, right? Maybe something like that, whatever, right? There we go. So something like that. I have to play with it more. I have to play with it more, but you know. I have to play with this some more, man. But that's kind of like what I've been to more or less like lately. Like I've been just ditching out the 808s, the the synth basses and all that. And just trying to I've been watching like a bunch of videos. Again, I don't have a bass guitar. I don't play bass. But just trying to learn like how they play. So um let's say the the D minor, right? Chord. Instead of starting on the D, you can look for sorry, don't have this up here. Uh so let's say we played I know we can't really play chords with this thing like that. Not like in this way, but here's D minor and you will want to play the bass, right? But you don't have to play the root. You could also play, say, the third, right? You could also play the fifth, right? So a lot of times, bass players like to approach going from the 5 to the 1. So where we have D, that makes A, right? And then to D. Right? And it's this playing that makes it sound more right? And then it starts sounding more like okay. And so that that technique, that concept is what's helping me do that. So going from okay, the first chord we play was I know it sounds bad on guitar, but right as we're going down. So since D, I just use A in the bass, and then I could move up to the D if I want to. Right? From the A, the 5 is E, right? Which is why I went from E to A, and then I have D, right? So now I can right? So putting that together takes a little time because I'm not used to it. However, I've been getting some really cool, interesting bass melodies, and this is the things that keep me up at night. It's like I gotta master this. I gotta be the very best, right? So yeah, chances are I'll probably end up going with the bass guitar just because I can get more of a groove of a melody. You know what I'm saying? So, if we take a look at it, this actually kind of looks like pentatonic scale, right? That's all I'm playing. that pentatonic scale is always going to be in the major key, your first, your second, your third, your fifth, and your sixth, right? And so it doesn't matter. Here, let's see. Right? And so these are all the ones I'm playing. I'm avoiding the 4 and I'm avoiding the 7. Sometimes if I slide, I'll do that, but I come back, right? So as it's playing, and that's the fun part. When you start realizing like what you're doing, you're like, oh, okay, I'll just take this. So even when I started, right, D being that first one, the A being the 5, and then taking the A as if it was the 1 and playing the 5 of it, which is gonna get you this, and then also knowing you could walk up the notes that are next to it, then you end up pushing all the notes that you're playing. You go, damn, that's a major pentatonic right there. And now you go, okay, these are the no-no notes, right? Even if you wanted to go down more, right? You're always gonna hit the notes that sound good. So even though this is, running in one scale, the melodies, the guitar is running another scale, right? And it's perfect. So about to share, I'll cut out a little. Appreciate it, man. Greatly appreciate it. But nah, you don't have to turn down for what, man? Cut all the way up. But yeah, so when I do these things, this is why I'm saying a lot. I like to walk through. My music theory is garbage, hence the books I was showing earlier, right? I'm teaching myself at this point, but the stuff that I learned as I'm doing it, I like to talk about this stuff. Now, mixing, mastering, that's what I do. That's what I love, right? I can close my eyes and just do that blindfold, but this is something I'm wanting to get into. Want to get into doing more like R&B, eventually neo soul. So teaching myself currently jazz. So learning more about the sevenths and the ninths and things like that, and probably the thing that gives me like the most challenge are the inversions. That's pretty much it. It's the inversions. So it's pretty easy when you're doing like triads, right? And a lot of times you don't think to that's all we're doing. We're just like jumping. It's the inversions for me that's like kind of making things sit really nicely together, even when you're playing triads, right? So going from that 1 to 4, and that's easy because you only got 3 notes, so there's not too much you could do moving around, right? Hold on. Right? That's not too bad, but when you start playing with 4 notes, right? Then some some more interesting stuff starts coming up, and then you have really very basic ones when it comes to jazz, and that's this shape and this shape, right? That's pretty much it. And so by getting comfortable with that, you can kind of get more of like an R&B sound. Right? And that's just this, right? And it's just playing it and then really having to think, which is the part that kills me, right? Look at these notes. Where am I going to? Okay, great. We put the two chords together. What's the same? Okay, these two notes. So then how do I set myself up to where it's an easy move from here to here? So since these are the two notes that are the same, let's not move these two, but let's move these two. We're gonna drop them down. And now I could play my C minor 7 like this. And when I go to my 4 from my 1, we have to move two notes over. Right? And then here, of course, no way around that, right? There's not a lot of notes that are the same there. So we could play that. Yeah, so learning more about that is kind of the thing that's confusing me more. So taking these, right? So we can go from here to here. So I can play from a 1 in F minor to the 5 just by moving these two notes. Because the 5, or in my C, every other note, right, forms a chord. So these are the notes. And so we're going to start, Jesus Christ, what did I just do? So we're going to start here. Yeah, I butchered it. Here. There we go. Sorry. So we're going to start here. My brain just lost it. So we're going to start here. Then to go from here to play the C, I only got to move. Right, so it gives you that sound, and it's just trying to get more comfortable with doing it, right? Different progressions, starting different notes and different keys, different scales, whatever, and just seeing what it gets me and where I'm able to move to. And then after I get comfortable or got kind of comfortable with that, it was the modes. The modes are, I'm not gonna lie, the modes are killer. The modes are killer because you don't think about them very often. But the modes are what get you. It's how you can take things that sound plain or something that everyone's done. Right? The modes are what kind of show you what other notes are available for you to form chords from, right? Cause that note right there, and of course you can't see it. Jeez. this to doing this to doing this, right? Now you have this note, which isn't in C major at all. But where do we know to borrow this, or why are we borrowing this? Because this comes from another scale, right? Which happens to be very similar to the major scale, but it uses this note instead of this note. So it gives us, unlocks this option for us. Right, so same thing we hear too, the dominant, right? Like how are we getting that, right? And so in a different mode or in a different key, right? We have notes that are available, and then we can use that to bring ourselves back in, right? And we could always change stuff to give us a different vibe. So those two are my biggest challenges: inversions and the modes. But when I pull them off, it's really nice. They feel really good to pull off. It makes me excited. No way I'll use it. I'm like, my brain isn't there just yet to be able to like kind of put it together and then be like, okay, I know how I want this to work. I can create it, right? But my brain's not like click. Okay, throw this on top of. We're gonna do this like this. I haven't gotten there just yet, but for everything else. It's like right, stuff like that. My brain it's not second nature right now. So when I figure that stuff out, I get really excited and I spend a lot of time trying to perfect what I could do or where I could go with it. And it's gonna take some time, but we're getting there. So I'll always say my music theory is trash, but my mixing skills, different story. We probably don't even have to add anything else in. I'm pretty fine with just having that right there. Like just speaking on this percussion part, right? And then this, I'm gonna have this kind of like extend, right? So we're gonna do something completely different right here. Not completely, but you get what I'm saying, right? It'll be a little different, and we'll have this kind of go and play into that, and we'll have this hit maybe like ever so often. So this little part that we're hearing right here, probably put it like right here, and then just let this kind of run for a bit. I wouldn't have that exact melody playing, but chords, right, and then back. That way it's just something that's a little different. Then when the chorus gets in, it's just more chill, more of a relaxed vibe or whatever. And then when we get into the verse, time to turn up. Do you change the keys to the singer's key after you sell them, and do you think R&B, hip hop, rap verses would sound better in our vocal keys? I am not sure how to answer that question. I will say this: if someone is asking for a song in like a different key, like they like the beat, but they can't sing in that key or whatever, and they want to change, yeah, I have no problem going back to change that, right? And again, I'm playing this stuff, so if it ever gets to a point where I gotta go in and change it and all that, fine. It wouldn't be a problem for me to do. Um, However, I could see. I don't think a lot of people do that. They just kind of listen to something and then they just go like, either I can do it or I can't, and they'll skip over it. Rare. I've never had anyone like message me and be like, I like this, but can you change the key? I'll buy it. Right? I've never had that. Now, after I make beats, do I oftentimes like mess with the pitch? Absolutely. Absolutely. Because this might be the idea that I have in my head, you know? But it's very easy to come over and take something like the pitch wheel here and just shift this whole thing up just to hear what it sounds like, right? And that's only one semitone, right? So I know what key it's in always, right? And I could always listen to that and go, okay, maybe I wanted, maybe that right there is kind of triggering me. And I'm like, you know what? I think I like the way that sounds a whole lot better. It resonates with me more. Yeah, everything will get changed, right? Everything will get changed. But typically, I'll just create as I hear, and then once it's done, I'll mess with things. I'll mess with the tempo. I'll mess with the key, right? I'll change it, see if there's anything else kind of stand out or whatever. And not all the time. Sometimes I feel like I just got it, and I'm just like, yeah, that's it. That's the one. Leave it. Sometimes I come back to it, and I'm like, it's not hitting the way I wanted it to hit when I came back to it. So then I'll start messing with things. But yeah, I'm never afraid to like go back and try some different things and all of that. I want to make sure like I've done all that I could to make it the best that it could be before I put it out, rather than just throwing something out there, right? I've had those days. Those days are over where you like put something and then all you got is like feedback of you should add, you should do, you should do. Like even if somebody did have some feedback, great. There might be like one thing. It wouldn't be a whole bunch of, well, there's still room to add more, and like this and that and blah 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 blah. I've I've been there, and that's why that was part of my struggle, right? So for a long while, even though I was making music, I wasn't so happy to kind of show it, just because as I'm making it, I'm like, okay, I got this one melody, and then I got this bass and like these drums, but there could be so much more that goes on to it. There's a lot of space, and not saying you gotta fill in every single like crack to it, but it's just like it's dead, right? Even if somebody was like over it, it's still dead. The beat is lifeless. Like it's on its last breath. What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do exactly? And so it took a long time just getting out of that. Um, but also, I spent more time teaching myself to mix and all that. It was like how to make the song good enough where people at least want to listen to it. How to make it good enough to where like the bass isn't trying to blow out someone's car speaker. How to make it, and I went through all of that trial and error with nobody to like show me anything, no nothing, right? For a good portion of my music career, and then once I got that, it was like come back, right? So all the people, you don't need music theory. It's gonna put you in a box. Don't do it. I've taken it, and I wish I didn't. There's a whole lot of stuff, right? So you're just like, well, okay, I can just keep playing by ear, but you're only going to be able to to play what you know, right? And what you know is what you're aware of. So if you've never had to play a dominant chord, if you don't know what that sounds like, right? If you don't know what that sounds like, you're gonna have a hard time trying to play that when you sit down at the instrument, right? And you can sit here and try and like poke it out or whatever, but you still don't know where you are. You still don't know your scale, the notes that are there, whatever. You just know I could do this, and it takes more time for you to try and hear what you're doing, which again, for what a lot of us do, we're just sitting in our rooms and we're making music, right? That might be fine. But what happens when artist pulls up, right? And they're going, hey, I got this idea. And they start telling you this idea or singing the idea. And now you have to go and recreate it. You're the beat maker, right? You got to recreate it. Now you don't have time to sit there and try and like poke it out, right? You don't have an hour to sit here and try and make a hook. We need that hook like ready to go ASAP, right? So you kind of got to know where you're moving to. Okay, I hear this from this to this to this. Like your brain should start going, okay, we got that part, and then I heard, okay, like you should be able to kind of quickly jump, right? Even if you have to, okay, there's 1, 6, there's 4, 5, right? And then the info, the knowledge, the awareness should kick in and be like, okay, we're playing 1, 6, 4, 5, right? You can like do that instead of hearing them and go, okay, I gotta make chords. Doing all that right there? No. No. Like, I don't know. Um, and that's what I think about. Some of those things that just kind of happen like out of nowhere, and you're like put on the spot to do something. I don't want to get caught like that. I don't want to be like, hey, I don't really know what I'm doing, but let me try and poke around and see if I could do this. They're like, bruh, you make hits. How do you not know how to? I could already just see that, right? Just the scenario there. So I'm going through the painful process of this because once you have it, then it's easier. You'll hear something, and even if you did, right, and you're like, nah, it's not it. Like it just kicks in to go, okay, from a minor, I don't care whatever minor chord you're playing, if you just take if you just take the the third and the fifth, right? Right, like you start memorizing things, or if you're in a major, right, you need to make a dominant, and how do you get from there? Well, you just need to flatten this one note, right? We're back to the same thing. And if I'm playing in a minor, well then I only need to raise this one note, right? And it takes us to the same place no matter what. And so having that info helps you move around faster and get things done faster, and things that are in your head helps you put that down faster than just trying to. All right, let me paint that in the FL and see if that comes out right. You know what I'm saying? It's done. It's done. So yeah, I figured it was time for me to learn, and now that I'm going down this path and I'm seeing actually these concepts aren't as difficult as certain people make it out to be. I'm just like, hey, y'all might want to learn this stuff. Like I said, the modes are like outside of inversions are like my biggest difficulty right now. but but the modes are how I'm starting to understand how certain chord progressions are being done. So now when I hear something and I go, that chord isn't native to this scale, it clicks and goes, it's a mode, right? It's a mode. And now that I know which one that is, and I know how to form that scale, now I have some potential, right? So I talk about that stuff a lot. Um, so we know our major and we know our minor, right? And let me probably been low for like centuries, but we know that, right? But when you start dealing with the other modes, it's like, huh? And you're like, what do you do with that? Like, how does that work? And while there are a couple of new chords that you get introduced to, it's a different scale. It's for the most part, it's a different feeling. Like you're like, I don't really think I'm gonna just make a whole song. I mean, you can, right? But most people are like, I don't want to do that, right? But if you learn the other modes, then what I've done, and I'm sure others have done, is kind of like categorize it. So your Aeolian, which is your sixth mode, your minor mode, natural minor, your Dorian, and your Phrygian all start off like minor scales, but then they have some kind of a major sound to them towards the end, right? Right, and then right. So what I do is I group them together, and I go, if I'm playing them in Aeolian, I can use um, Phrygian and I can use Dorian, right? Why? Because when you're looking at the major scale, what do they tell you? Your one is always major, your two is always minor, your three is always minor, your four is always major, your five is always major, your six is always minor, right? So these are right. So if I start from here, that's Dorian, so that's gonna be a minorish scale. That's gonna be a minorish scale, and then right, starting from your six, which is on your A, that's gonna give you the A minor, right? So we can group these together. So once you learn how to form them and where the note differences are, then you start to have more options. So if I'm playing C minor, right? If I'm starting to play that and I want to say play C Phrygian, which is going to be the only difference between the two is this note. Right? And so if I'm playing, maybe I want to do this, and then I want to borrow this note from Phrygian. Right? It works really nicely because, sorry. Right? It works out really nicely because you know that these modes are already have a similar vibe to them. It's just a note that's different. And so it makes it really easy. Whoops. So you could, right? And so again, that's Dorian, right? So we don't don't use this flat right here, right? When we play in Dorian, we raise it and we use this. We don't use this. So it gives us a new chord. Then we can switch back into that. Right? So again, once you start playing them and you start seeing what new chords are available to you, you go, okay, so for each Dorian and Phrygian, I think you get introduced to like 3 new chords that are at your disposal, and then you can always play around with them and see what you get. So you know, so here's our 1, here's our 4, but if we switch to Phrygian, because we have this note and every other note, or sorry, we get this B minor, right, chord that we can now use. Add the 7th on. So now as we're doing our chord progressions, right, now you can start making some stuff that sounds interesting, and it's not the same thing. Right, because this is diatonic to C minor, right, to the natural minor. But when you're dealing with Phrygian, we don't play this note because it's flattened. So you get a new chord here. There's a different sound for you, right? But you still have, right? So you can, these notes are still in both Phrygian and in C minor. And then you just come back, C minor 7 again, instead of playing C minor like this. And now you got something that's like really cool and exciting, and it still gives you the minor feel, right? Learning the modes. And then they're like, well, the modes are too hard, and I'm looking it up, and you could learn all 7 modes. You can learn all 7 modes if you take a deep breath, right? Deep breath. Take this formula for a major scale. That's it, right? Because your Dorian is your 2, your Phrygian is your 3, your Lydian is your 4, your Mixolydian is your 5, your Aeolian is your 6, and your Locrian is your 7, right? And all you gotta do is, if you're going, I want to learn the formula for the Dorian scale, then you start on 2. Let's remove this, put this at the bottom. Gotta do. That is now the formula for Dorian. It doesn't matter what note you start on, you're always going to be able to play the Dorian scale from that key. And you can do this for all 7 of them. And you only have to remember one formula. All you're doing is starting from a particular number and then wrapping the other steps at the end. That's it. You can learn all 7 of them. You can practice it every day. And you can go and do the major scale, do the Dorian scale from the same key, right? And just look at what you're playing. You do that for all 7 modes, and you'll start to notice something. Almost every note is viable, right? So if you're playing the key of C, there's no wrong note, right? It's the context, it's the order, right, of what you're playing, and then what comes after that, right? What are your options from this chord that I just played? Go here, I can go here, I can go here, right? And the more you play, the more you start learning what these options are, and the less scary it becomes, right? But you can learn all 7 modes if you just remember the first one, Ionian, right? Because they're telling you. You're watching the video, they're telling you, but it's not clicking. This is how it clicks. And they tell you from Dorian, you just play all the white notes from D to D. So if you're looking at the formula, if you're starting on the 2nd, then you just play whole step, half step, whole step, whole step, whole step, half step, whole step, right? And there you go. Bam. That's all you're doing. You just shift it, whichever notes you start on. If you're gonna play on the 3, well, you're on the whole step, right? So how do you start? Half step, whole step, whole step, whole step, half step, whole step, whole step. That's Phrygian, right? Which is why when we started on C, we went half step, whole step, whole step, whole step, half step, whole step, whole step, right? That is Phrygian mode. So a lot of people don't know what they're playing, but you're playing it, and then they're going, "This is too hard," and it's like you're doing it. You just need to slow down and actually focus on what they're saying. If you listen to them, they're showing you literally the keys. But I'm like, okay, people aren't showing it this way. I'll just show people that way, you know? So now you have these things at your disposal. And then when you start adding more notes, it stops sounding right. That's still this. But now that we add the 7th, it sounds a little more R&B-ish, right? And that's still Phrygian, right? Very, very simple. Didn't take very much. Here's our C minor 7. Here's our trying to say D flat major 7. Okay, and then come back, right? And now here's our B flat minor 7. Phrygian. Right? You can mix and match in so many different ways that it's insane, right? Even if I'm doing this, here's right. What is this? Right? So we start here in C major. This would be your note that's diatonic. But when we're talking about the Lydian scale, the 4th note gets raised. That's the only difference. So, sorry. So let's say and then we want to change it and go into Lydian. And then go back. It's literally as simple as that. Ionian, which is your major, your Lydian, and your Mixolydian all have a major sound. And they all have a 1-note difference. Right? You can utilize those notes at any point in time to create different things. Right? It's really up to you on how you want to right? It's really up to you on how you want to do it. But once you start to kind of understand it and learn it, and then start to compartmentalize it and break it down yourself into something that you're more able to digest, then you'll realize a lot of this stuff is not difficult at all. And again, everything becomes viable. Everything. It's just a matter of knowing where you are and what your options are. Can you glue two instruments together on the keyboard? Meaning, are you talking about like separating, like doing a half and half kind of thing? I don't think I can do that from this keyboard. Or like half my keyboard is one sound and half the keyboard is another. Now in Contact, I can layer sounds. So if I want to like have a piano string thing or whatever, I could pick both sounds and have them play through the same channel. So they'll play like together, like a layered instrument. But outside of that, no. Yeah, if I routed two sounds, right? Like if I wanted to play out two different sounds and then just route them into one track, I could definitely do that. But the only way I could do that in here outside of what is it? I think using like the MIDI out. It's been so long since I've done something that way. But what I can do with the Contact libraries is I can open up Contact and I can actually select the sounds, like multiple sounds, and I can actually layer them like that, right? So like I was saying the example before, if I wanted to take a piano and I wanted to take strings, strings over here somewhere, um, I could do that, and then when I hit one note, it will play both the piano and the string together, the same note, right? But like some keyboards, I don't think this has the capability of saying like we're gonna place turn half your piano into one sound and then half your piano into another sound. And I have the Complete Control S61, the Mark II though. I don't have the Mark III. I've only had this keyboard maybe 3 years now or so. But yeah, once you on how to be able to do that and be consistent with it, once I'm able to do it and be more aware of the options that I have when I'm playing it and just being used to hearing, making moves from one scale into another, yeah, I'll be able to do some dope stuff. But for right now, I still keep it pretty basic. So you can't program one to only play two on the scale. Are you talking about like mapping, like setting a scale and then the sound only playing the notes associated with that scale? Yeah, you could do that. You could do that. And for people who, if you don't have like complete, then what you could do is from their website, you can actually download Complete Control for free, which is this thing here. And well, I guess you would need the sounds to run through here. But say you did have like some third party like Contact libraries or something like that, you could utilize here, here. So you could turn this on, and I could this from within the keyboard as well. But basically here, you can lock it into a scale, right? You can pick the key, you can pick the mode, right? So you can go to major, you got blues, you got whatever here. And then it'll kind of map so as you push the keys, you can't push the wrong note, basically. I have this off. I was using this once upon a time, but in order, like I said, when you're playing stuff and sometimes you're borrowing, once it's locked into a scale, you can't borrow. It's only gonna play the scale that you set. So, how do you think the sax would sound? That setting. Uh, if I lock it to a scale, it would pretty much sound the same. Like I'm the one playing it, right? So that would be on me. But I like not having it locked to a scale because it gives me the freedom, right? If I lock it to C major, then if I play this sharp right here, it wouldn't play it. It's only gonna play. It's gonna just shift it to the the correct note in C major, right? The closest one, which will probably end up being, well, playing D flat here, so it'll probably either be C or it'll probably move it to D, right? It makes it to where you couldn't do stuff like that. You couldn't, right? I couldn't do something like that because I'm locked in to this. The moment I went to go do this, it would have gave me this. And then the moment I tried to do this, it would have gave me this. And it would sound crazy. So not having it lock into a scale is how I'm able to oops. So that's how I'm able to do that. If I locked into a scale, I couldn't do stuff like this. It would literally just kill it, right? Because those are some of those chords are outside of the key. And once you realize why that makes sense or how it sounds good, then you realize, oh, okay, I can start using this when I'm doing other things, right? See, that's kind of stepping out of the scale from locking it to a scale would ruin that. That's A minor, right? That's the 1. That's the 5 playing down here. Right? 1, 5. Here's the 6. Right? Here's the 4. And there's a 3, right? But 1, go to our 5, go to our 1, here's our 5, and I know we have to go to our 4, right? Our 4 is what? An F major 7. So I'm gonna take our F major scale. Here's our 2. Here's our 5. And here's our 1. Locking it into A minor scale wouldn't allow me to step out into F major to do that, right? So I don't like locking things. Right? Because I like to do stuff like that. And again, locking it into a scale would just force me to play only A minor only notes in A minor. So that wouldn't be good. That's basically what those things do. It just locks you into the scale. So I don't know, say you're vibing or something, or say you have it because you can go in here and set it to where it just plays um like the chords, right? So I could turn this on Uh, I don't have it on. Here it is. Could we turn it on? So now I push one note and it plays three notes: the one, the three, and the five. Right? And it's gonna play those for me. So you can have it do that as well. But again, depending on what you have locked into, right? What your settings are, it's only gonna play that every time. So it's not gonna shift with you when you need it to change. So by locking it almost kind of defeats, right? It almost kind of defeats the purpose. But depending on what it is you're playing and whether it's gonna be the same, utilize the same notes, or it's still gonna be a major chord that you're playing, then fine, you can go for it. It works, and then you don't have to worry about whether your hands are there and slipping off the keys and all that stuff. But once you have it down, you don't need it. It's like I don't need that. Right now, it does help, especially if you're trying to hear something, or like I say, you're just not used to doing something like that. And you're trying to play a scale real quick or something, then you can move it to minor. And now I'm playing all the white keys, but it's going to play, right? So right, it kind of does the heavy lifting for you. So if you're not familiar with the A flat major scale or something like that, and the notes associated with it, or you're having trouble, like, you could lock this and just play all the white notes and it's gonna play A flat major, even though A flat major are gonna have some black keys in it as well, right? So there is a positive to it, but like I said, once you are used to it already, then you don't need it. If anything, it starts to hinder you, and then you get upset. Let's see, probably mute record, one on the other, unmute record. Then you could go in and remove the no. The way it works from Complete Control, it doesn't print the notes. Now you could do that here. Um which one is it? I think it's here. So you can go here and you could do that, right? If you want to say, um, these are the scales, I believe. These are the chords. So if you just want to play a chord, you can say I want to play a major chord, and then I'm going to pick F. So it will just give you an F major chord, right? Now it's always playing the majors, right? So you could essentially do that. Um, Stamp scales, same thing. So again, if you're trying to learn, you know, the Dorian, like C Dorian, and now it'll show you what those notes are, so that you can play them, right? Same thing with like Phrygian or any of the others. They have all the modes here. So again, you're looking for Ionian, Dorian, Phrygian, Lydian, Mixolydian, Aeolian, which is going to be your natural minor, and your Locrian. Those are the seven modes, right? To get familiar with those and what the differences are and the similarities are with them, uh, then more things start to open up for you. So even a lot of stuff you may see like on YouTube when you play, some of it uses these different scales. They just borrow a chord from one of those scales and you like the way it sounds. But again, once you start to learn it and you realize that's where it's being pulled from, right? Then things start to get better for you. That's why they say uh chord progressions are not illegal. right? You only have 12 notes. And within those 12 notes, right? When you're talking major or minor, you drop 5 of those notes and you only have 7. And this is just going back to your 1. That 7 goes back to your 1, right? So within these scales and things that we use, there are only certain chord, certain order of notes that work really well together, and it accounts for all of the music that you hear, right? So if you hear a chord progression that you like, then don't be afraid to use it, because there's literally like 1,000, 10,000 songs that use the same chord progressions. Now, don't go and just copy the exact sounds and all that. You can still get sued, right? 80% of the composition has to be yours, right? But if you like the chord progression or you hear a melody, right, a lot of this are coming from scales. Like we were just talking about the bass guitar and it using a major pentatonic scale, right? You can't get in trouble. You can't get in trouble for using a pentatonic scale that's accessible to everybody, right? People in school are learning it, all of that, right? You can't get in trouble for that. If that's what sounds good to you and you want to make a melody using the like, use it, all right? There's nothing that you're going to do or play that hasn't been played before, right? I don't care if you're designing a sound from scratch and you have the most interesting sound in America or the world. Great. That's a nice sound. Maybe you can copyright that, but you can't copyright the melody you just wrote. You know, this is a minor pentatonic. So if you take the major pentatonic, 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, take the 6 and drop it down an octave, you get this shape. This is the minor pentatonic. And again, tons of songs. Right? There's plenty of songs you're listening to and you hear it and you're like, that melody is dope. And it's a scale. It is a scale, okay? It's not illegal, right? Use it, right? And that's kind of my goal with what I'm doing here. Yes, I'm working. Yes, I'm creating things. But essentially, my time on these live streams are here to answer anyone's questions. If anyone has music they would like feedback on, whatever, right? I'm here for that reason, right? Ask away. And if I don't know, let's go find out, right? Let's go find out. But for the most part, a lot of people are trying to make things and they hear something that sounds kind of similar and they act like they can't do it. You can. Can, all right? Just don't go copy the whole thing. Oh, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna make sure we get this. You know, I see people in the comments under certain videos and they're like, what preset did you use? This is what's gonna get you in trouble. What preset was that? What preset did you use on the bass? Oh, what was that drum kit? And then you go and make something that's got all the same sounds, and that person can sit right back and say, I just did that, right? I just did that. That's essentially, that's mine, right? As long as they can prove that more than 80% of the composition it belongs to them, toast. You're toast. So again, if you hear something you like, I talk about the chord progressions all the time that I do. right? We could talk about all the movements and all of that. No shame in it. If you like what that sounds like, run with it, but make your own thing on top of it, right? Or if I'm playing a particular melody and you like the way that melody, right? That's a C minor scale, 6, 7, to the 5, to the 1. There's nothing special about that, right? Okay, do you have to copy the exact all the way to the T? No, just, I don't know, do something different, do something slightly different, but don't pretend like the thing that you just made like somebody else didn't do. Is what I'm trying to say. It's been done over and over and over. I don't care how you do it, what rhythm, what cadence, what anything. So like I said, you have the very, very, very common, right, staples and like different genres and stuff, but you also have options. If you play around with stuff long enough, you realize you could have other options. And all of this are different formulas that you can use. There's nothing special, right? Here's our 1, here's our 7. We form a dominant off the 7, right? We come to our 3. From our 1, we pitch it 3 semitones. And now we're in E flat major, and we're going to copy the same thing we just did in C major. Right? Now do that in E flat major, 1, 7, 3. Okay? It's not anything original. It's a road that is less traveled, but it's not original, right? You heard that? Here's our C minor. All we're doing is chromatically moving every note up a half step, playing a minor on that, playing a minor here. This is not original. That's all it is. Minor, passing, minor. Right? If we wanted to, minor, minor, minor. And that's all we're doing is we're moving up half step, keeping that same chord quality. Again, there's nothing that you're going to do that is special or has never been done on this piano, right? You have 12 notes, and I think classical and gospel have done more with these 12 notes than any genre ever, right? They cook. You heard a gospel musician on the keys, he's cooking with those 12 notes, and you hearing stuff that's making your mind go, poof, right? But it's the same 12 notes being repeated octave after octave after octave. Okay, so again, there's nothing you're going to play or do that's going to be special. Where you start getting accolades from, you start taking the roads that are less traveled, right? You don't take the road everybody else takes, right? And you go a little. And you start doing something a little different. Okay, so like I said, you can learn you can learn certain progressions. You can take those progressions, and as you're playing them, you can experiment with different. So instead of making a dominant on our 7, what if we want to make it minor? Okay. Right, so 1, 7, 6, 6, 7, 1, 7, 3. Right? And the numbers help because you can change this into whatever key, and as long as you know the numbers, 1, 7, 3. You're gonna get the same sound, different vibe because you're starting on a different key. Right? So you can 1, 7, 6, 6, 7, 1, 7, 3. That's transposing. That's all it is, right? When you get comfortable with that, like we were talking about earlier, a singer came in and the key change, you already know the numbers, you already know how to move, then it doesn't matter where you start, you make sure you do the same exact movements. You're going to get the same exact thing. You're just going to get a different vibe because you're starting from a different pitch. That's it. Nice. He made you want to sell your keyboard? Nah, don't feel bad, man. Um, my uncle, met him recently from from my dad's side, and he was friends with Bootsy Collins, real good guy. Him and some other guys, they have like a funk band and all that stuff. So trust me, man, I know exactly how you feel. And I got another uncle that's up the street. He had his studio for like over 30 years, and his thing, which I'm finding myself now as I'm going through this, kind of walking in his footsteps. He used to do like jazz and hip hop, like that was his thing. So you would walk in his studio. He had guitars, he had the keyboard, he had a drum machine. He didn't have an actual drum set, right? But everything he had in that studio, he could play himself, right? So he had everything, right? To recording to the little I don't know if it was an 8 or 16 track mixer, and then it basically recorded to tape and all that. So like he had everything. And he would make the the beats, and then my mother, one of my aunts, they would sing, and then I had another aunt that would do uh, like the rapping, depending on what it was, right? And this was back, I was like 5, 6 years old, something like that. But I can remember them doing this stuff, and he still has like the old tapes and stuff like that. So yeah, man, like he's really really good. Multiple instruments, he can just. And I have another uncle that plays guitar and bass and piano as well, and he's a minister now in a church. But yeah, he plays very well too. And I started to get training when I was younger, but we ended up moving, so that kind of stopped. And here we are. I don't know how many years later, and this is the one thing I keep wanting to do. At one point, I was very interested in tech and stuff like that. Like I went to ITT Tech, but man, this is it. This is it for me, man. So, uh, what what I would like to do, and without any schooling on this or nothing. Okay, I could, like I said, music theory pretty much trash. We're learning, but uh, the audio engineering side of things, we're good as gold. And that was my main thing. I wanted to learn that, but I didn't have anyone to teach me. And back in the like very early 2000s, the internet wasn't around like that, right? The internet wasn't around like that. YouTube wasn't popping like that. No, nothing. So it's like, who do you learn from? You learn from trial and error, right? Going in here, I don't know what none of this stuff does. What it does. Like I was using this. I was not coming in here reaching for any of this stuff here. I seen this, and this is what I started messing with. I still have FLP files from like back to 2004, 2005. I can go open up right now. You'll see exactly what I'm talking about. I did not know what I was doing. From that to now being able to break down anything, to be able to hear anything, something's playing and I can tell like it's too muddy or it's too this or too that, tell you exactly where to go and how to fix that and all of that. From not knowing a thing and being blind, right? And having the worst mixes ever and too much bass and all of that to now being able to do what I'm doing now. And it's the one thing I'll say this forever. It's the one thing, no matter what happens in life, I keep coming back to, even when I can't do it for a long period of time. If anything happens, and stuff happens, you gotta move, and you just don't have access to whatever. But the one constant that's been in my life has been this. That's that. So here we are today, uh, thanks to the music industry, when they decided that they wanted to attack streamers for playing their music, and they wanted Amazon to, who right they now own Twitch. They wanted to force Amazon to have the streamers pay for licensing to be able to use or play their catalog on stream, right? Which means you would have to pay. You're already paying Spotify, whatever. They didn't care about that. That's personal use, right? You go and get your become an affiliate and all that, and you fill out that little paperwork. You're a business now. They look at you as a business. So establishments have to pay the fee to be able to play the music in their establishments, their bars and stuff like that. They were trying to force that on streamers, right, on content creators. It didn't go the way they wanted it to, obviously. But that's kind of what started it. So I went from just being in my room, still trying to work on my sound and all of that stuff, thinking I'm still like I'm trying to get it together, to saying, what the hell, I'm just gonna do it, and started live streaming myself making music. And when I first started, I was terrible, bro. Me trying to put chords together on this piano was terrible, right? So I can sit here today, I can talk to things that I know, and hey, look, I know it might feel a little difficult, or things that I'm saying you might not be able to digest like right away. That's fine. I've been there. But once it clicks, and you can't unclick it. Tell them to keep playing. I hate when they quit. Yeah, I can't see myself doing it. Like even if I didn't get paid to do it, I'd still do this. Kind of like writing, right? Like I used to, before I started doing all this behind the scenes stuff, I used to be an artist, right? And I would write and I would rhyme and all that. And before that, before I got into that, when I came down here to Texas, when I was still in California, I was a poet, right? I just wrote things, folder, just pages. Um, my 10th grade year, my English 3 class, my teacher moved me into her honors class because I had a poetry teacher that came out on Wednesdays. And then the poetry teacher, the poet lady, would get my, after like a few days, she pulled me to the side and she asked me if I ever did spoken word. And that was the first time I got goosebumps, right? I was like, "You want me to what?" Nah, I just sit in the corner here and write. That's what I do. So I turned it down. But shortly after, we ended up moving out here to Texas and stayed in Killeen for a little bit, Fort Hood, Killeen. And it was there that, once I came down here, everybody was into the freestyling and all that stuff. So it went from, just writing. And of course, I got busted. Someone was like walking by. I was like, "Hey, what are you doing over there? You writing?" He's like, "You rap?" I'm like, "I don't rap. I just write." They start looking at stuff, and they start introducing me to people and all that. So that was kind of like my first introduction to becoming an artist. Got with a group of people, and we would just make like freestyle CDs. We were just goofing off, wasn't nothing serious, right? We're in school, get out of school, go meet up at a homeboy's house. The mics dangling from the ceiling, nothing, nothing crazy, right? We all stand around the microphone, and we play the music. Nobody had headphones, music just blasting in the room, and we were just loud as ever, right? And everybody's just going. So it was cool, but that was the first time I realized that you didn't need a big mixing console and everything. And so that's where it got me interested, and that went down a whole different path for me. Most surprising thing about the Amazon Twitch music copyright thing is that Amazon, yeah, they didn't care, because to them, that's for a different reason. The music industry allowed that deal, right, for a different reason, and that's supposed to be more for personal use. But as a business, there's a whole nother thing that you gotta do, right? And so they picked on Twitch because of course it's the big guy. So if you knock down the big guy, then what everybody else gonna do? Yeah. You knock out the strongest one, what's the rest of them gonna do, right? We're gonna follow suit. They're gonna knock us out too, right? So they tried it. They didn't too much make it because Amazon even came with the workaround for Twitch. It's like, here, put this in bed in your stream and all that. Media industry wasn't trying to hear it. Still sent the DMCA takedown requests, and people's channels still got banned, even after listening to what Amazon was telling them to do. Yeah, think about that for a second. I'm listening to Amazon. I'm on their platform. They own this. They're telling me do this and you are safe. And then they ban you. Not the music industry. They can't mess with Twitch. They ban you after telling you were safe to do that. You gotta love it. You gotta love it. Yeah. You get to the honors class, man. They trying to put that work on you. They like, all right, clearly you're doing too well here. And you got too much free time on your hands and stuff, getting your work done too fast. So yeah, we're gonna bump you up, and well, they'll keep you busy. Oh yeah, one book a month. Let's try three. Like they just, oh man, that was wild. But too, I kind of did that. I kind of did it to myself, and that started when I was in eighth grade. So before we got to high school, I was going to Lowell Middle School out in Oakland, California. Eighth grade, end of the year, started passing out papers. Everybody started writing down your plans for the next 4 years, whatever. Give everybody papers. Everybody starts writing. It's like raise your hand for any questions, whatever. And I'm looking at this and I'm like, I just keep saying to myself, I want to get out of school early, but I don't know how to go about that. Raise my hand. Teacher comes over. I said, what do I have to do to graduate early? So he looks at me. He didn't have an answer. So he takes my paper from me. He says, when you get to the high school next year, he was like, talk to the counselor. The counselor will hook you up. So I get there. I go meet the counselor. Walk in, and we're in Oakland. All right. Ninth grade class is maybe around 2,000 students. By senior year, there's like less than 200, and then less than 100 actually walk. Just factor that for a second. All right, your chances of walking the stage slim to none. That's just because kids, just doing whatever, right? Either getting into gangs or uh, my homeboy's brother, he ended up dying his graduation day. He was shot in the head. I don't really know like what the story was. I just remember um, we all being at school, and he was just really upset, and he told us what happened. So, you know, um, yeah, I get there, walk in, and he's like, hey, and he's talking to me. He's like, so they told me that you want to graduate early, and so he's giving me a warning. He's like, it's gonna be rough, this, that, and the other, but we're gonna give you all the core classes, right? Like everything you need to graduate. So we're not gonna like fluff it up with different stuff to take you like the 4 years. So we're only gonna give you the stuff that you need. I was like, all right. They do a traditional style kind of thing. So it's not like the accelerated where you might get like, for like 8 classes in a day and you just keep doing those same classes every day. You get 4 classes one day, and then the next day you get another 4 classes, and then it cycles. So the way it started was my A day were all my ninth grade core classes, and my B day were all my 10th grade core classes, and I'm ninth grade, so I had to walk into like integrated science and algebra, all the ninth grade stuff, and then the next day I had to walk into geometry and English too. Like, you want to talk about like a struggle? You want to talk about a struggle? My ninth grade year was straight struggle until I made it to the halfway point, right? Once we got to the semester. Once we came back for that second half, like everything was smooth. So when I got to 10th grade, I was looking at all the 11th grade classes, right? So I said like the English 3 and all that. And then because of the poetry and me like staying after school and all of that stuff, they moved me into the honors class because there was a poetry teacher and they liked my writing a lot. So then I got moved to the honors class. I didn't ask for more work, but I got moved to the honors class just so I could meet the teacher because she only came in for the honors class on Wednesdays. So, man, that's all I'm gonna say there. Man, that was a struggle. And then I ended up walking like 2 years before the rest of my peers. So I walked 2003. It would have been 2002, but I had to come back for one class. It was like a world history class. And then the extra slots that I had, I took like A plus in networking, business law, like just trying to fill it in with stuff. So yeah, learn how to build computers in high school. We built a network of like 10 computers and like had Counter Strike on it and all kind of stuff. It was it was dope. It was a fun time. That was a fun time. Main reason I stopped streaming, not being able to play music in the background. Yeah, that has scared a lot of people. For the most part, a lot of people's channels now, YouTube's a lot more friendly with the streaming. Now you're not pretty much getting strikes unless there is a DMCA takedown request that is sent. You just get your VOD muted or you're not able to monetize it. And now in the dashboard, if your stream ever gets flagged, you can actually look in like for more details, and it'll tell you whether you actually like received a strike or if it's not that and they just demonetize that particular video. So there's still people doing whatever, right? YouTube's gotten a little better about that, but it's one of those things where at any time it's their music, right? They could tell you to take it down, and if you don't, they could send that request, or they could just send the request and you get hit with a strike. But what I'm doing is I want to make this music and then let you guys have it to use. So you can always feel free to put in your input as I'm creating this stuff. If there's any like particular style, I'm not the man of many styles. However, right, it's all music. We're all playing the same notes and stuff, just different instruments or different cadences or whatever. Just take some studying, right, and kind of getting into it. I'll be happy to make like different styles or whatever. But feel free to voice your opinion. Otherwise, I'm just gonna do what I like to do. I'm just gonna do what I like to do. Um, Now I know, like, more of the like techno stuff is that stuff is effect heavy. I don't. We might have to stay away from that for a little bit. That is that is some sound design for your ass. All right. Um, right now, like hip hop, R&B, kind of more kind of more like jazzy stuff, right? Since I'm already going down this road. Right? We can pull off some stuff like that. I'm also looking to take acapellas and build around them. So this one's a little interesting right here. A Ferrari, a Jaguar, switching 4 lanes on top down, screaming out money ain't a thing. Bubble hard in a double law, flashing the rings with the window crack, holla back, money ain't a thing. Jigga, I don't like it if it don't gleam, gleam. In the hell with the price, cause the money ain't a thing. And when I get enough of these, I'll start putting them to my like SoundCloud page. That way there'll be some like actual songs instead of just beats. Slacking on your pivot, turn it up, see the money ain't a thing. Flex the road, sign a check for your hoes. Jigga style is love, X and O. Save all your accolades, just the dough. My game is wide, all lanes aside. Trying to stay alive, running down for the bracelet. Foolish ain't out, a chain to strain your eye. Twin platinum gun, son, aim for the sky. Ice on my bullet, you die soon as I pull it. Willies wanna rub shoulders, your money's too young. See me when it gets older, your bank account grow up. Mine's is 1000 older. Damn near out the rear trunk when I roll up. Multi till I close up, it's all basic. I've been spending hundreds since they had small faces. Rob your stash out, doubled out down in Vegas. Me and JD got it locked crazy. Where you at, haters? Jaguar switching 4 lanes. So, it's just different stuff here, right? I never figured out how the teacher got a corner out of a circle. I was angry. I feel like they wanted me to fail or drop out. said, said he got a corner out of a circle. Oh man. Yeah. And I can't say I remember the exact details on that, but when you're dealing with circles, it's a little different. It's special. Dealing with like radius and stuff like that. And protractors just got on my nerves. They really did. It did. But those days are over. Now if I had to, I don't think it would take long to like for stuff to click again. But for the most part, I would say most of it I still remember. But stuff like that I might need like a little refresher. There might be like a little step where you're just like, oh dang, I forgot about that. Or you might start calling it the Mandela effect. Like, I don't remember having to do that. Nah, somebody. And in reality, no, nothing actually changed. You just forgot it. Nothing changed. You just forgot it. Yeah, math was a very good subject. I love math and I love science. What I didn't like so much was English and history. It's like boring. A lot of writing papers and stuff like that. That was boring. To this day, it's still not my strong suit. However, I try, alright, try to be a more balanced person, But outside of that, I'll be the first to tell you that's not my forte. That is not my area of expertise. AI AI music is cool just because you can't copyright AI. So it's you're basically safe, right? Unless there's some special case in which you did a lot more work with the AI to kind of develop something, then you could copyright it. But if you look it up, the government does not recognize AI generated music as something you can copyright. That's for everybody. So actually, he'd be safer. He would be safer using AI generated music in his streams than he would be using somebody else's music, even if they told him he could. Because at any point, they could say, well, yeah, I don't want anyone using my music anymore. And that's their property. But AI generated music is nobody's property. So, in that, in that aspect, you'd be okay. Oh, that last beat I played. Yeah, like I said, I got some different stuff here. Um, but my main thing and the reason why things are kind of sounding the way they do is because I'm trying to teach myself jazz. So I showed this earlier, but I started last year on the first book, which were like the fundamentals for jazz. So this is the second book, and it's like another 6 months worth of lessons and practice and stuff like that. And then I have this. It's called the Real Book. Probably run you about $40 on Amazon, and all of the jazz you could dream of. All right, all the sheet music for all of them, autumn leaves and all of it. Right, even stuff I have no idea. It's all here. So I got this because as I'm learning all the jazz stuff, I could use that to kind of see how some of the songs are constructed, chords and stuff like that, and then I could utilize that into my music, right? So, not learning it to play jazz, but I'm learning it so that it helped me with like R&B and stuff like that. But then again, like I said, starting to sound a little jazzy and hip hopish at the same time. So I'm like, you know what? Let's just do it. Let's just do it. In the Ferrari or Jaguar, switching 4 lanes on top down, screaming out money in the thing. Let's just do it. What's the worst that can happen, right? With the window crack, how the back, money ain't a thing. Nigga, I don't like it if it don't gleam, gleam. What the hell with the price, cause the money ain't a thing. Put it down hard for my dogs that's locked in the bank. When you hit the bricks, new what's the worst that can happen, right? this is stuff. Um, and like I said, I'm just making whatever comes to mind, right? Well, I can't. If that's a thing, well, actually, I've heard some jazz hip hop stuff. Ninth Wonder and Terrace Martin. Uh, they did a flip of what's old boy's name? Was it John B? He did Angel. They took his thing, they flipped it, and they did a jazz thing to it, and hip hop. Oh, it's dope. I like it. But me, I'm just doing whatever. But if anything, my uncle was the first one I heard do it growing up. And he got the tapes. You know it's legit when you got the tapes. Yeah, just doing stuff, man. Just having fun with it. Yo, NYC in the building. Appreciate you stopping by. How you doing this morning? This is the stuff I like. In this little part right here, and all this stuff, I put my neck on the line, man. I do these live streams. I told you if I could, I would like brass every track. But I gotta be cool. I gotta be cool. I don't know. I don't think about that half the time when I'm creating it. But I like artists like Jadakiss, Styles P, you know, people like that. So I think they could do some damage to some of this stuff. Now more of the like R&B stuff, probably not. right? I probably wouldn't go for them for that. I'd probably start looking at maybe like Chris Brown or something, you know what I'm saying? But I don't too much think about that as I'm making them. Cause I'm an artist myself, so I'll just usually just start like spitting something in like a bunch of different cadences, or I'll like kind of hum a tune or something, and I'll try and make sure it's balanced enough to where you can have singer and rapper on a track. You'll kind of start seeing that, right? So the stuff that I make is random. From day to day, you really have no idea what's about to come out. You really don't. And it's definitely appreciated, man. So, Manimal here, I've known since the early 2000s. So see, I can't sit up here and lie to y'all, right? Cause this guy, alright, he knows. I met him back in the Medal of Honor Allied Assault days. Good memories, good times, man. And so yeah, all this time has passed, and we're still here. We're still here. So again, just different stuff. Here come the bots. Man, I've been going down this road for at least, it's been like 2 years now. I don't even really do samples too much anymore. At some point, we'll get back to it. There's just too much stuff in here. Like I said, you have absolutely no idea when I get on these live streams and make music what we making today. I don't even know. We just find out together. I open up FL go from my desktop to opening up FL to maybe doing a little practice. I might do like, my 251s or something. I play with some scales, something to resonate, and we'll go from there. Literally every time. Yep, that's what we were talking about earlier. So after that whole thing with the music industry and Amazon and Twitch and all that, I came out from basically hiding that I even make music, right? I became a content creator, and my goal was to play all the horror games that I could find, right? So I started in 2020, okay? So while people were barely even brave enough to play Dead by Daylight, okay? This is about 160, 170 horror games right here, okay? I was on a warpath. You couldn't tell me nothing. I had iron skin. I wasn't flinching for nothing after a few of them. We were gone, right? So I did this for a while, but after that happened, that's where we kind of started to shift. You'll still notice I do the games from time to time, but I've been mainly on this path of doing the music more and more. So saying that to say, these are older, but I have a playlist on YouTube. There are 35 tracks here. These are probably 3 years old now. I know this says 2, but I actually had to redo the mixes for the 35 of these. Once I got into Beat Club, Timbaland's Beat Club, I learned some things, and so it forced me to go back and redo 35 tracks that I had put out for people to be able to use. These are definitely older. They're okay compared to now, but this new stuff that I'm working on now, I will be updating, putting here, and some of these will be coming down. Some of them will be getting reworked, and then some of them will never come back here again. And we'll move forward from there. But this was a thing I was doing after that incident happened, so that people didn't have to worry about DMCA takedown requests. You can even see that where is it? That the license isn't the standard YouTube license. It's actually under the Creative Commons license, which means you guys would be able to use this in your own videos that you put on YouTube and all that, and YouTube actually allows you to do that and will not demonetize your channel or flag it or anything like that. That's what the Creative Commons license is for, and so all my stuff is under that license, so nobody has to worry about anything like that. But I got some more stuff in the works. We got some new stuff. And then also too, once we started slowing down with all the original stuff, I actually we'll be making a separate playlist, and these are gonna have all of the video game flips. So I am taking requests. I am making a private playlist on YouTube with all of the requests, plus got my own choices in there as well. And what I'm looking to do is more than just taking the sample, chopping it, drums, bass, and then calling it a night. So these actually, right, I try and layer other things into it and kind of contribute more to it, so it doesn't sound exactly the way it should, but it sounds good like this, right? So this is from Sonic and Knuckles, and the music is from Dr. Robotnik, right? So we got that, and then I have this synth that's running under it, and some other stuff going on too. So the way I see it, video game music, they're a lot nicer than the Warner Brothers and stuff like that. And hey, because a lot of us, we stream this stuff too and all that. You know, you don't get flagged for that. So I figured it'd be safer than crate digging. Let's go. This is Killer Instinct. I can't stand Saberwolf, but you know what? He's got a tough theme song. Let's go. That's me, the piano, and the string is laid over that. Like I said, now that I know stuff, it's just playing. I just find the key that samples in, and we're gone. Yakuza, Like a Dragon. These aren't like done, alright, but let me come in. Piano. Yeah, we got all kind of stuff in here, right? Shout out to Grimes, hashtag bomb on top. You see that? But he likes this one. The song, the track that I took this from, the game track, was a lot faster, so we slowed it down. This will be a separate playlist, and all these are gonna be video game flips. Uh, I'm working on trying to be on in the mornings. So let's shoot for like 8 a.m. What's today? Too. I'm trying to do Monday, Wednesday, Friday. So I shouldn't even be on today, but here I am. But I will definitely be on tomorrow, and then I'll be on Friday. All right. So Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 a.m. Central Standard Time. We'll do some music. I've been on like a long break, so I'm back. I'm back to it. Well, it was a nice little detour. Have fun playing all that stuff. Oh man, it's been a while too. Like I said, I've been gaming. I've been relaxing for the most part. Been sleeping like crazy. Um, yeah, it's like, man, all right. I think we had enough fun. Time to get back to business. And so here we are. We're coming back. And we got something that's pretty nice going on right here. Yeah, that was a good idea. Uh, not sure what to call the guy, but definitely appreciate the suggestion. It's like I told him when he mentioned it, I was like, I don't hear one, but we'll try it out. And it's oh, there we go. But yeah, that would be nice. And then of course we gotta figure out something. So something we'll work that out. But yeah, I like what I have here so far. I'll try and see what else I can do with it. But definitely the first day back. We got something here that's pretty interesting. We don't even have the bass in here yet. That's the crazy part. We was in here grooving, no bass, man. No bass. Yeah. It always sounds better when it's at least we got this. I'm excited about that one. Try and mess around with it a little bit more. Right? was like, ooh, that was terrible. All right, I think I'm out of gas here. So, always, make sure you get your practice in. Something like this is really easy. What I'll do is tomorrow, when I'm on, I'll show you how this is done. It's a very simple pattern, but once you have it mastered and under your belt, then you too can play 2 5-1s in all 12 keys. And we could talk about it, because if you're going to be doing R&B, gotta know your 2 5-1s. You even gotta know your 2 5s. Did you know that? Did you know you could just string 2 5s together? And make a chord progression? Don't even have to be in a particular key. That's it. C major, 2 to 5, E flat major, 2 to 5, because we don't add the 1, right? So you could actually make chord progressions out of just that. And so again, these exercises, not only do they teach you how you can do stuff, right? But you could also make music from these exercises that you're doing, right? And so it helps. So again, you have your joint improv. Then you can right? And you can just right? I'm telling you, I got some fun stuff, right? Make practicing fun. Plus, you get to hear a bunch of things, get to learn a bunch of things, and stops it from being so boring. So you actually get to learn and get comfortable. And that will take you through all 12 keys of major and minor. And you only got to spend about 60 seconds on each one. And there's no particular flow except for playing that 1 and 5 on your left and playing the scale. Any note, it doesn't matter. Play. just switch it into minor. Right? You can have fun with that. You can play many different rhythms and styles. You could just do stuff, man. It's at the end of the day, it's up to you on how you want to do it. But round here, I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. So let's go out on that note. Boom. All right, people. Appreciate everyone that stopped by. Remember, stay patient, remain diligent, and as always, be majestic. If you can develop the skills to keep calm and carry on, you too can achieve greatness. And be careful out there. Be careful out there. It's wild out there. But you already know this, right? The war isn't physical, it's metaphysical, it's spiritual, right? Principalities and all that. Some of y'all are that soul going fast. It's going fast, you know. Some people are getting lost, and one day we'll maybe talk about it, where things are going. I don't know if people are, keeping up with the news, but I game too and all that. And there's a reason I'm trying to pull myself out of it. And I don't mind gaming, but some of this stuff has a slightly more sinister purpose. But you probably didn't catch my post. Till next time, I'm out. Y'all take it easy out there. Peace, and watch your investments. June 1st, I'm out.